So when an athlete walks into Nick Jarash Fitness, the one thing we want them to know is that this is a phenomenal community. We have the best coaching, we have the best technology, we have the programming that can help them succeed. So whether it's trying to get on JV for the first time, going to that next level on varsity, going from a second string to an all-state player, we have the tools, we have the programming and the coaching in order to take each individual to their next level.
West 40 Market in Uptown Ankeny is your place to shop for the best meats, steaks, brats, jerky, and everything in between. Let us be your one-stop shop for all your favorite cuts, all raised on local Iowa farms. Shopping local never tasted so good.
Everything we do is here to benefit the client. Every decision that's needed to be made, the first question you should ask is, does this benefit the client, and is this the best thing for the client?
Our goal is to make a difference. We have the tools, resources, training, and leadership to make a difference in our agents' lives and their careers. And then they can then take that to make a difference in their clients' lives and ultimately make a difference in our communities.
We are available basically 24/7 to make sure that our agents are getting the support they need to look like $1 million in front of their clients.
DeArmond certified used vehicles aren't the same as the rest.
Every DeArmond certified vehicle receives a 175-point inspection and comes with a 12-month, 12,000-mile bumper-to-bumper warranty, a 2-year, 100,000-mile powertrain warranty, and DeArmond Care. Wheel, dent, windshield repair, repel paint and windshield protection, and a full tank of fuel.
Buy with confidence, knowing you made a wise decision with DeArmond Certified.
Find DeArmond certified used vehicles at DeArmondFord.com.
Summer sports coverage on Centennial Digital is driven by Freedom Tire and brought to you by these generous local businesses: Lamberti Goki Lucci Law, Fiscus Jewelers, Rainbow of the Heartland, the all-new Prairie Trail Sports Complex, All-Star Concrete, the Zoom Room, Knockerball 118, Heart of Ankeny Animal Hospital, Cabaret Sports Bar and Grill, and Wendy Thompson, an affiliate of Humble Travel. Summer sports coverage on Centennial Digital is driven by Freedom Tire and brought to you by these generous local businesses: Lamberti Goki Lucci Law, Keystone Home Inspections, Reed Plumbing, the Iowa Rush Soccer Club, 72 Degrees, your comfort company, the Sassy Flower Bakery, Alter Trading Corporation, West 40 Market, Nolte & Sons Lawn and Irrigation, Rod Brannon with Shelter Insurance, the New York Life Offices of Josh Cowart, Dr. Brett Renzi and Health First Chiropractic, U.S. Cellular, the Helpful Smiles of Hy-Vee, Dr. Christy Semro with iMart Express, and Springer Floor Care. Summer sports coverage on Centennial Digital is driven by Freedom Tire and brought to you by these generous local businesses: Lamberti Goki Lucci Law, Nick Jarash Fitness, Weichert Realtors, the 515 Agency, Ted Sandine Photography, Extreme Services, Sinorama Ankeny, and Amy Wiederin with Coldwell Banker.
Well, good evening, baseball fans, and welcome to Centennial Digital on CISN, driven by Freedom Tire. Here at Ankeny Centennial High School for tonight's 4A baseball matchup between the 5th-ranked Dowling Catholic Maroons and the number 1-ranked Centennial Jaguars. My name's Cade Tomlinson, along with Andy Pollock and Carter Brandow, and we are happy to be bringing you the action of tonight's game. All right, so before we head into tonight's game, let's take a look at some of the stats prior to the game here tonight. First up for the Maroons, coached by Mark Rohring. And coming into tonight's game, they have a record of 17-6. Looking at the team's batting, overall, they're batting .313 with the highest batting average belonging to junior number 9, Trevor Baumler, with a .481. Looking at the fielding, the Maroons have committed 35 errors, and back on the baselines, the Maroons have attempted 48 stolen bases and been successful 43 times. Leading the team is senior number 1, Cooper Nicholson, with 11 out of 12 attempts being successful. On the bump for the Maroons, the team has pitched 151 innings in total, with a team ERA of 3.19. Now looking at the Jaguars, coached by Mark High. Coming into tonight's game, the Jags are 20-0 and ranked, or 20-2, excuse me. 20-0 would be much more impressive.
That'd be a lot of fun. That'd be a lot of fun, yeah.
And ranked first in 4A. The team as a whole is batting .355 with the highest batting average belonging to senior number 2, Nick Severson, with a .541. And I will say, since the beginning of the season, Nick has carried the highest batting average. I've noticed, looking back at my sheets here, Nick's had the highest batting average for pretty much the entire season.
Nick is a player that this year has really become much more cerebral about his approach at the plate. We have had a lot of opportunities to chat with him throughout the course of the season, and his thought process up at the plate isn't just to go up there and make contact. It's about where he's going to place the ball, where the defense is aligned, and it's showing right now in the numbers that he's putting up this year.
And looking at RBIs for the Jaguars, the Jags have 151 runs batted in, with senior number 7, Damon Churchman, leading the way with 25. RBI is definitely one of the big stats here for the Jaguars, and just overall in the game. You can't win without RBIs.
Well, it's this whole lineup, 1 through 9, as we've watched them all throughout the entire course of the year, is they've been able to get key hits when needed, and we've seen multiple guys come up at big moments, and the Jaguars, as many runs as they've been putting up, they've also had the close games where they've needed to put up a run or squeeze a run in here or there, and they've been able to do it. And tonight's not going to be easy. Dowling was the preseason number 1 team. Things had not gone early on. It seems like as you look at them now, they've kind of found their groove, and that's why they're ranked 5th right now, and I expect we will see a pretty low-scoring, fun game here tonight.
All right, looking in the field, the Jags have committed only 29 errors, and compared to some other teams here in 4A and just in high school in general, 29 is not necessarily a bad number for errors in the field.
No, not a bit, and a lot of it has to start with the Jaguar pitching staff, and tonight we're going to see a very special talent in Joey Oakey. I would assume probably an Easton Pratt in game number 2, but there's a host of Jaguars. We talked earlier, 12 guys have pitched so far this year for the Jaguars, and a lot of that error number that you see in the lack of errors really comes from teams not being able to square up the pitchers and not being able to hit that ball super hard. You see it in softball, you see it in baseball, that there's a reason that a lot of pitchers have good defense behind them, and that's because when the balls are put in play, they're hit right to guys, or they're hitting a spot where defensive guys can make the play.
Looking at the base running for the Jaguars, 84 attempts and 71 successful steals. And, of course, leading the way, the Juicy Wiggle King, senior number 3, Cole Greider, with 11 out of 12 attempts being successful.
It's been fun this year to watch Cole make his way around the bases. Really, we saw him hit a couple out last year. I don't remember. I don't have it on the list if we've seen him hit any out this year, but showing that speed on the base paths for Greider. Looking around here at that list, does he have any this year?
None yet this
none.
year.
Okay, and if I remember right, he had a couple last year, so that power that he had a year ago doesn't matter when you're able to make it up on the base paths.
Yeah, I will say in batting practice, he has definitely had the balls that have gone over the fence, just hasn't been able to relay that to a game yet here this year. But as we get later in the season, as we are just about halfway, maybe just about halfway, it's going to be more and more crucial, not necessarily for home runs, but just for hits in general.
For sure, and as you look at things right now, this pitching staff that we're going to see tonight from Dowling, there's a reason they were the preseason #1 team. They've got a very deep pitching staff. We talked about how many guys the Jaguars have thrown. Well, the Maroons have thrown 16 pitchers throughout the year so far, and a lot of different guys have had the opportunity to go up there for Coach Mark Roaring and do that. And it's interesting right now. I'm starting to get a little concerned as I look around because it's 4:57. The game's supposed to start at 5, and we don't have any umpires, and that's I would say right now that's a little bit of a concern as we look around because this is a game that was made up from a rain delay or a rain out earlier this year. It was supposed to be a doubleheader at Dowling. The teams were set to come back here a couple days later after the Jaguars won game #1. Things got rained out down at Dowling. The teams were set to come back here a couple days later. Well, we got rain again, so not able to do that. And this is a rain makeup, and we do not have any umpires. And usually we've got some sort of conference going on by this point in the night. So I guess I'm a little concerned right now as we look out at things.
Yeah, and I think I heard Coach High say at one of our practices, I think it was Friday's practice, he said today's kind of going to be an odd day because Jags get to be the home team for game #1, and then they flip for game 2. So Dowling's actually going to be the home team in game #2.
I guess I didn't realize that. Yeah, that's
Jags
and that's
going to be the away team since the game that they're making up was an away game for the Jaguars.
That's all part of this year's the way that everything was set up this year. You've had in the new CIML, you've got 2 games at one place and 1 game at the other, and that's where we stand tonight because of the rain out. So now that you say that, that makes perfect sense. I guess I just didn't realize that coming in as you get a look there coming up. I think we've got the Dowling staff, the Dowling dugout coming up over there. Bunch of guys that I know quite well over there as Cash is set up, and it looks like he's joking around with them a little bit over there as well. So Cash Von Bali doing a great job on the camera there for us tonight. Great to get him inside the fence. Got some great shots of the Jaguars earlier, and now we've got the Maroons over there right now. And still, as I look around, I just don't see any umpires here tonight. And again, I've seen this before. Not at certain play, I just wouldn't. When those umpires aren't there 10, 15 minutes ahead of time, you start to get a little concerned. And we are right now at what was supposed to be our first pitch time, and I'm not seeing any. So that has me a little concerned about what the rest of the night may hold. Though maybe a little miscommunication. Sometimes we have 5:30 and 7:30 starts, but man, you'd hate to see a game like this get delayed another night because we don't have umpires. Ankeny ran into a situation earlier this year, just a week ago, that they didn't have umpires for their game. Not that they didn't show up, they just found out shortly before that due to the umpire shortage, they wouldn't be playing their game that night, and that's something that continues to be an issue around not only central Iowa, but the country in general right now, of finding enough umpires to staff all the games that need to get done. And as we look around again at things right now, just no sign of any of the boys in blue that are making their way out there. So I don't know. Let's why don't we take a break right now, Cade? We'll take a break and be back with more of an extended pregame show here on Centennial Digital, driven by Freedom Tire.
So when an athlete walks into Nick Drosh Fitness, the one thing we want them to know is that this is a phenomenal community. We have the best coaching. We have the best technology. We have the programming that can help them succeed. So whether it's trying to get on JV for the first time, going to that next level on varsity, going from a second string to an all-state player, we have the tools, we have the programming and the coaching in order to take each individual to their next level.
West 40 Market in Uptown Ankeny is your place to shop for the best meats, steaks, brats, jerky, and everything in between. Let us be your one-stop shop for all your favorite cuts, all raised on local Iowa farms. Shopping local never tasted so good. West 40 Market in Uptown Ankeny is your place to shop for the best meats, steaks, brats, jerky, and everything in between. Let us be your one-stop shop for all your favorite cuts, all raised on local Iowa farms. Shopping local never tasted so good.
Well, welcome back to the ballpark, and here on Centennial Digital, driven by Freedom Tire on CISN. And we now have umpires at home plate meeting with the coaches. Both Marks meeting at home plate. I realized that as I was talking through the pregame of both coaches named Mark, and a nice short and sweet meeting at home as we get ready for starting lineups. And we are going to turn it over to the public address announcer and my dad on a very late Father's Day for starting lineups.
Good afternoon, baseball fans. Welcome to Ankeny Centennial High School for tonight's doubleheader. Our visitors this evening, please welcome the Dowling Catholic Maroons and your Centennial Jaguars. Let's take a look at our starting lineups. First, for the Maroons, leading off the shortstop, number 1, Cooper Nicholson. Batting second, the center fielder, number 2, Bo Gamble. Hitting third, wearing number 9, the designated hitter, Trevor Balmer. Batting fourth, in left field, number 24, Luke Sheridan. Hitting fifth, the third baseman, number 27, George Nahas. Batting sixth, number 30, first baseman, Max Shelton. Hitting seventh, the right fielder, number 28, Nick Frericks. Batting eighth, the catcher, number 17, Max Shoup. And batting ninth, number 3, second baseman, Carter Nicholson. Pitching will be number 11, Caden Marceau. Head coach of the Maroons is Mark Roaring. And now, here are the starters for your Centennial Jaguars. Leading off, the second baseman, number 29, Isaac Brule. Batting second behind the dish, number 2, Nick Severson. Batting third, number 7, at first base, Damon Churchman. In the cleanup spot, the designated hitter, number 1, Kyle Miller. Batting fifth and on the mound, number 24, Joey Oki. Hitting sixth, number 5, at shortstop, Lucas Barul. Batting seventh, left fielder, number 10, Sean Stewart. In the 8th spot, number 23, at third base, Emerson Alberhaski. And batting ninth, number 3, the right fielder, Cole Kreider. In center field for the Jags, number 13, Jack Compton. Head coach for Centennial is Mark High.
And with that, we are going to take a quick break and be right back right after these couple of ads.
Summer sports coverage on Centennial Digital is driven by Freedom Tire and brought to you by these generous local businesses: Lamberti Goki Lucci Law, Nick Jarash Fitness, Weichert Realtors, the 515 Agency, Ted Sandine Photography, Extreme Services, Sinorama Ankeny, and Amy Wiederin with Coldwell Banker. Summer sports coverage on Centennial Digital is driven by Freedom Tire and brought to you by these generous local businesses: Lamberti Goki Lucci Law, Keystone Home Inspections, Reed Plumbing, the Iowa Rush Soccer Club, 72 Degrees, your comfort company, the Sassy Flower Bakery, Alter Trading Corporation, West 40 Market, Nolte & Sons Lawn and Irrigation, Rod Brannon with Shelter Insurance, the New York Life Offices of Josh Cowart, Dr. Brett Renzi and Health First Chiropractic, U.S. Cellular, the Helpful Smiles of Hy-Vee, Dr. Christy Semro with iMart Express, and Springer Floor Care.
And just like that, we are ready to go here at Centennial High School for tonight's 5 versus 1 matchup. Number 5, Dowling Catholic Maroons, and the number 1, Centennial Jaguars. And a late Father's Day edition here at Centennial High School. So Joey Oki going to start on the mound for the Jaguars. Looking at stats for Oki this year.
It is Oki to Severson, the battery for the Jaguars.
Oki, 5 games started, has gone the distance, I believe, in all 5.
Stewart, Compton, and Greider, the outfield.
Well, the key for him is keeping that pitch count low and not unnecessary pitches. As long as you can keep Oki in the game, talk about the Jaguars being underdogs, and they were to start the year, but they've just been on a tear lately. And as you sit here and watch things right now, man, when Oki throws that slider that he just threw, it's just a dirty pitch that he comes at you with.
And the battery, of course, being Oki to Severson. And looking around the infield, it's Churchman at first. The Brule brothers holding down the middle infield. And so it's Isaac Brule over at second, Lucas Brule at short. And then it is Emerson Alberhaski at third. And into the outfield, it's Sean Stewart in left. Jack Compton holding down the spot, while Easton Miller is currently on the IL for the Jaguars. And Cole Greider in right.
The shortstop, Cooper.
So as we get ready for the first batter here in game number 1, it's going to be Cooper Nicholson, the Maroons shortstop. Very rare occasion that you see on both teams, the middle infield being held down by brothers and twins.
Yeah, just two families here representing the entire middle infield for both these teams here tonight. I notice we've got someone down there with a radar gun. I'm going to try to see if I can get a look at what he's registering on there.
We always try and steal from the radar gun if we can.
That was a really nice setup down at Ankeny at the Hawks when the Jaguars played them a couple weeks ago. They had a big display of the radar gun. You can see what the miles per hour was there. As Nicholson, very good, very talented multi-sport athlete here for the Jaguars. Saw him get banged up the first time these two teams played. He was not able to finish that night, but very good leadoff runner for them. Definitely a threat to steal when he gets on the bases. And right as I mentioned that he got hit, it was actually by a hit-by pitch that knocked him out of the game in that first game, and there you see that four-seamer get away from Oki.
So a little bit of deja vu there for Nicholson as the count is 2-2. The windup and delivery from Oki fouled back to the net. Keeps the count 2-2. 84-mile-an-hour pitch there from Oki.
Eagle eye Rodney Tomlinson there for us.
Eagle eye cheater, maybe, with the binoculars. I brain farted for a second there. Forgot what those things are called. 2-2 count to Nicholson. Up high. Fills it up at 3-3.
95 mile an hour pitch right there on a 2-2 count.
I think last time we saw Oki on the bump, he was topping out at around 92. And that one going to be just outside ball 4, and Nicholson will get the free pass.
Might have missed a little bit upstairs as well with that pitch. Again, a lot of that slider coming at you early on from Oki. A little bit up in the zone, probably a little bit higher than what he would normally like. We'll see him make that adjustment here as the night goes on.
So now, Bo Gamble steps up to the dish for the Maroons. Runner on first pitch in, up high in the strike zone.
93 on that one from Oki. Just a special talent we are witnessing here on the north side of Ankeny. Nicholson definitely a threat to steal over there. Ooh, then he comes back with that off-speed pitch. Not even sure they got 85.
Yeah, looking at the base running for Nicholson. Nicholson 11 for 12 on the baseline on stolen bases, as Oki's going to check Nicholson at first.
Yeah, and that's quite a bit more. In fact, almost double everybody else except for Trevor Baumler for the Jaguars.
Gamble sends that one up high and just barely out of play. So the count now 0-2 to Gamble.
A couple nights ago we were over calling a softball game, and it was one of those nights where Oki was pitching, and an inordinate number of foul balls ended on the softball field, which is over there in the right field of baseball. And one of the guys came over and said, "Oh yeah, we should have told you Oki was pitching tonight, because it is really tough."
Why that game took so long? You guys had to keep pausing the game to let baseball get foul balls out of there?
There were plenty that were over there that night. That was last week against Waukee Northwest, who the softball team is actually playing again here tonight down at Waukee Northwest.
So 2-0 the count, now 1-2 as that one is outside the zone.
So we've already seen Oki hit 95 miles an hour tonight, and that pitch was every bit of that.
Yeah, Oki's still got one more year of high school as he hangs the backwards K, but I wouldn't be surprised if in that senior year coming up for Oki, we see 100 on the radar.
Yeah, we'll see how that all works out. I mean, a guy that works very hard at what he does, a really good hitter as well for the Jaguars, is another very talented baseball player, Trevor Baumler, now coming up. His older brother plays for the, I believe, the Orioles organization. Carter Baumler, a player that we heard about several years ago.
The 0-0 pitch sent down the third base side and through the 5-6 hole just barely. Albert Haskey looked like he may have had a chance at that if it was a layout play, but
Jaguars throwing the ball around a little bit here as the ball came in kind of unnecessarily hard to throw behind the runner to try to knock out Nicholson there at second base. And the error, I'm not sure who that'll get credited to, but drives Nicholson over there to third. That was a situation there. You know, everybody shifted a little bit more into right field with Oki pitching, and that's a spot that normally your shortstop would be right at, but the combination of runner at first base, so they're playing a double play alignment in the infield, and they've already shifted over a little bit more, playing to that first base side more, and that's why that gap was wide open there for Baumler.
So Luke Sheridan at the plate, and that one gets past Severson. As the body language from Oki has changed significantly from the start of the game. Had the head up high, now it's starting to sink a little bit lower there for him as a run comes across for the Maroons.
Well, it looked like the signals might have just been crossed a little bit more, as Severson, I don't think, was expecting that much movement on the pitch. He was already set up high, and the pitch went even further outside. And that moves Baumler to second base right now for the Maroons.
So the 1-0 pitch getting ready to be sent to Sheridan. There it is. Finds the zone, makes it 1-1. Of course, Baumler on second for the Maroons. Baumler 9 for 9 on the baseline as swung away, strike two.
This is Sheridan up to bat right now. You notice he's trying to put that ball over to the left side. If you look out at the shortstop position for the Jaguars, they are leaving that, what you call the 5-6 hole, the 5.5 hole. They're leaving that wide open right now, and that's where Sheridan really was trying to push that ball to. Not able to do it as Oki picks up his second strikeout of the night.
So that'll bring up the 5-hole hitter for the Maroons. Another guy you know fairly well as he plays on the football side as well, George Nahas, the Maroons' third baseman.
Well, I'm looking right now. It doesn't look like George. That ball comes in tight right away, and it actually is hit. That's not Nahas, so that's number 8.
Drew.
No, Aiden Cox.
Drew Brower.
Brower.
And that was Drew Brower, number 8, who was hit by the pitch.
So just one of the fun of high school baseball, not necessarily a completely set lineup as we have a last-minute substitution for George Nahas.
And then this is the guy that's playing for him from a year ago. Max Shelton is up to the plate right now. Another guy that I'm quite familiar with, the lefty football player for the Maroons.
So did you guys have any football camps going on over for Dowling today?
No, nothing going on today.
Oh, and Iowa. Oh, that would make more sense. Nahas was at the Iowa State football
Well, he wouldn't
camp
be. Yeah, he wouldn't be there anymore though. He's a senior that he's already committed up there. He's already signed, so he's already on board up there at Iowa State. But yeah, on our original lineup card today, but not here so far tonight. His dad's here over in the dugout. I see his dad, the assistant coach, Jimmy, over there.
0-1 count. Low and inside, 1-1. So now runners on first and second.
2 outs and an opportunity right now for Oki to get out of a little bit of a jam that he finds himself in early on as he works the outside corner just barely on that pitch, and working ahead in the count. Just a couple things the Jaguars have not done this year. We saw the error there, just throwing the ball back in the infield, cost him a base runner.
As that one's going to be hit off the hands, short ball to the middle infield, and it's Lucas Brule tracking it down for out number 3. So we're going to take a quick break, and we will be right back. 1 run comes across for the Maroons on 1 hit and 1 error on the Jaguars. And we will be right back right after this short break. It is 1-0 Maroons. You are watching Centennial Digital on CISN, driven by Freedom Tire.
So when an athlete walks into Nick Drosh Fitness, the one thing we want them to know is that this is a phenomenal community. We have the best coaching. We have the best technology. We have the programming that can help them succeed. So whether it's trying to get on JV for the first time, going to that next level on varsity, going from a second string to an all-state player, we have the tools, we have the programming and the coaching in order to take each individual to their next level.
West 40 Market in Uptown Ankeny is your place to shop for the best meats, steaks, brats, jerky, and everything in between. Let us be your one-stop shop for all your favorite cuts, all raised on local Iowa farms. Shopping local never tasted so good.
Everything we do is here to.
So welcome back to the ballpark. Once again, Kate Tomlinson and Andy Pollack here on the mic for you so far, and we are going to add Carter Brandow coming in a little bit. Guess you could say a call to the bullpen coming in later in the game. So Jaguars now up to bat. Leading off, it is Isaac Brule. Isaac batting .300 on the season so far. As the 0-0 pitch swung on, strike 1.
This is a little bit of a change. We haven't seen Brule leading off, have we?
He's
not as much, yeah.
Ever since Easton Miller has
okay.
come out
I
of the
see.
lineup,
Okay.
Isaac Brule has been bumped up from the 9 spot to the 1 spot.
And I've been over at the softball diamonds pretty much exclusively since that's happened. So got to see a lot of early baseball, and then about the last week or so, not as much, and that's when Miller has been on the, like you said, the IR.
So 2-1 now the count to Lucas Brule. The battery, Marceau to Shoop. As Brule sends that one to the Nicholson middle infield. And that's out number 1. It's going to be Cooper Nicholson over to Shelton for out number 1.
Had glove side contact there for Nicholson. Had to come in with Brule's speed. He had to come in and maybe get rid of that a little bit quicker than what he was intending on, but good stretch over there from Shelton on the right side as well to get the out. And, right now, as you look at Marceau up there on the hill, he's got a very, very strong earned run average for the Maroons. The runs are going to have to be appreciated tonight that the Jaguars put up.
So the hard-hitting Nick Severson up to bat now for the Jaguars. Severson, of course, leads the team in batting average, as we mentioned earlier, with the impressive 541 batting average. On base percentage of 598.
Just say the release there from Marceau, who's wasting no time up there on the hill. No need for a pitch clock on him.
As Severson going to send that one on the fly to Gamble. And that is out number 2.
Off the bat of Severson, it looked like it was hit a lot harder, but Gamble, a great jump on it out there in center field. Another multi-sport athlete for the Maroons. Gamble able to track that down and make it look like a routine play.
Another powerful hitter for the Jaguars. Damon Churchman steps into the box. The elbow pitch swung on, strike 1. So we saw Churchman against Waukee Northwest take one from the right-handed batter's box and send it over the right field wall. Not the most ordinary thing you see every day for a baseball club to be able to send one over the right field wall. Granted, wind kind of helped him out a little bit as the ball looked like it did not have very much juice on it when he did it. And that is strike 3.
Will get the strikeout. And it's 1, 2, 3.
So he hangs a forward K for out number 3, and we head to the top of the second. Your score remains 1-0. You are watching Centennial Digital on CISN, driven by Freedom Tire.
DeArmond certified used vehicles aren't the same as the rest.
Every DeArmond certified vehicle receives a 175-point inspection and comes with a 12-month, 12,000-mile bumper-to-bumper warranty, a 2-year, 100,000-mile powertrain warranty, and DeArmond Care. Wheel, dent, windshield repair, repel paint and windshield protection, and a full tank of fuel.
Buy with confidence, knowing you made a wise decision with DeArmond Certified.
Find DeArmond certified used vehicles at DeArmondFord.com.
Welcome back to the ballpark as we get ready for the top of the second. As Max Shelton gets ready to step up to the plate for the Maroons. Or Nick Frericks, excuse me.
Okie goes right to the knees on the first pitch. Get him honed back in here a little bit. Again, he wastes zero time up there on the circle as well. A fast-moving game so far. These pitchers, like I mentioned in the bottom of the first, no need for a pitch clock as they are up there and just ready to go right away.
Yeah, I actually went to my first MLB game this year, of this season, I should say, and got to see the pitch clock in action. Did not see any pitch clock violations, as that one's up and in and off the helmet of Ferricks.
And that's the second hit batter that Oki's had here tonight early on, and that, really not even close. That's one where Ferricks, that was right in the helmet. As you look down, our base umpire and his coach, Mark Roaring, chatting with him a little bit. Oki not happy with himself after that either. The control right now, we've seen 2 hit batters and a wild pitch from Joey Oki so far here tonight. Not characteristic of what we've seen from him in the past. Just a chance here to get settled in a little bit more as Ferricks off to a big lead over at first.
So the 0-0 pitch to Shoop, the Maroons catcher.
I'm not sure I'd want to step back into the batter's box right now. I'll give Oki.
I think at that point you just kind of, instead of sitting on the inner edge of the batter's box, you kind of just sit on that outer edge of the batter's box. And swung on, strike 2.
Well, 2 pitches in a row after the hit batter. That Oki goes back to the inside part of the plate, so he's still got a lot of confidence in that inside fastball.
Another one, and strike 3.
More of a slider action on that from Oki. He doesn't. When we talk off-speed pitches and moving pitches, there's not the gap in the miles per hour with a guy like him that you'll see in a lot of other guys. Maroons already moved through the order. They're at their number 9 batter here with Nicholson. Man, Severson has to be hopping back there behind home plate.
Yeah, Severson always such a lively catcher for the Jaguars, as we've seen him with all 12 pitchers that the Jaguars have thrown this year. Just always able to be, or most of the time, depending on what pitch it is, always able to be a wall back behind the dish.
That was the closest thing to a hanging curveball that you're going to see from Joey Oki. So he goes back to his normal curve, couple in a row.
2-1 count to the other half of the Maroons middle infield, Carter Nicholson. Sends it through the 5-6 hole, and runners will advance. So now runners at first and second as we head back to the top of the order. And here is the other half of that middle infield, Cooper Nicholson.
Well, we've just seen some very good situational hitting from the Maroons so far with runners on first. You see the Jaguars again have shifted over to that right side against Carter Nicholson, and he puts it over there right about where the shortstop would normally be playing.
The 0-0 pitch outside, ball 1.
And Oki finds himself in a little bit of a jam once again here in the top half of the second.
The 1-0 pitch. Check swing did not go. 2-0 the count. Oki just been in a phenomenal pitcher this year for the Jaguars. 5-0 on the record as that pitch is swung on, strike 1.
He's been a big part of this 20-win start to the season for the Jaguars, but that whole pitching staff, the Jaguars so deep this year, there's a reason they're ranked number 1 right now.
Bunt shown, sent foul. Evens the count out at 2-2.
Well, and it hit his bat again as he was coming out of the box, so no harm there. Is a foul ball. Right idea there by Nicholson, because with his speed, they're playing back over there way off the grass on the third base side. If he can put one down there, a lot of space for him to run. You won't see it now, though, with 2 strikes.
1 out, 2 strikes, 2 balls. Or 2 balls, 2 strikes, as it would be put. And that one's up high, fills the count at 3-2.
That did not miss by much.
So runners on first and second for the Maroons. Cooper Nicholson up at the plate, 3-2 count. Inside, ball 4. Strike 3, correction. But both runners advance.
The runners were going, got the important second out, but again, the Jaguars just not really locked in, just to throw back to Oki again from Severson. rolls all the way out to Brule at second base. Fortunate that everybody had kind of relaxed because there was another opportunity there for a runner to advance.
So Bo Gamble sends that one left field. And Stewart settles under it for out number 3. So no harm, no foul, as one hit given up and no runs scored. Your score remains 1-0 here on Centennial Digital, driven by Freedom Tire.
Everything we do is here to benefit the client. Every decision that's needed to be made, the first question you should ask is, does this benefit the client, and is this the best thing for the client?
Our goal is to make a difference. We have the tools, resources, training, and leadership to make a difference in our agents' lives and their careers. And then they can then take that to make a difference in their clients' lives and ultimately make a difference in our communities.
We are available basically 24/7 to make sure that our agents are getting the support they need to look like $1 million in front of their clients.
West 40 Market in Uptown Ankeny is your place to shop for the best meats, steaks, brats, jerky, and everything in between. Let us be your one-stop shop for all your favorite cuts, all raised on local Iowa farms. Shopping local never tasted so good.
Welcome back to the ballpark as Kyle Miller steps up to the dish here for the Jaguars. First pitch going to be inside, ball 1.
Early on in the first inning, Marceau really has kept the Jaguar first 3 batters off balance as he's worked all over the plate. Done a nice job of keeping that ball very low as well.
Yeah, we were talking on one of the commercial breaks that Marceau, kind of the hidden gem early this year in the Maroons lineup, is he was hurt earlier in the year and was suspected to be a really good pitcher, possibly the ace for the team, and starting to see that come through here in tonight's game.
Yeah, you look at his numbers and they are every bit as impressive as anybody you'll see as he works that slider from the lefty there on the inside, comes outside to inside, chases Miller off the plate.
2-2 count. Outside. Ball 3. So full count here for Kyle Miller. The DH batting in the place of Jack Compton, the center fielder. And low and outside. Ball 4. And the free ride for Kyle Miller.
Coming to the plate, the pitcher, number 24, Joey Oki.
So Joey Oki now at the dish for the Jaguars. The 0-0 pitch.
Oki, very good hitter. Batting .340 this year, but also a very good eye at the plate. He's got an on-base percentage of over .500. As the Jaguars looking to make something happen here. That first runner, it just changes everything for you defensively when you get that first base runner on.
And the pickoff move from the lefty, Marceau.
Always love the pickoff moves from the left-handed pitchers, how they are able to lull guys to sleep a little bit.
Yeah, and you have to watch him very closely. We talked about it in practice. I believe it was Friday. We were talking about pickoff moves from a lefty versus a righty, and on the righty, you're watching the hips to see where he's going there, and on the lefty, you got to move up the body and up to the shoulders, seeing if he hangs that right shoulder back, or the left shoulder back, excuse me. As a pass ball, Kyle Miller goes, and he is safe as the ball is thrown wide.
Good read on that. Miller, as soon as he saw that it snuck away from Shoop, he was off to second base, and Shoop, I'm not so sure a good throw there wouldn't have had him, but Shoop having him make that throw, moving over to catch it and pick it up barehanded and throw it.
Yeah, always a difficult throw there for the catcher. The 1-2 pitch swung on. You could see the regret afterwards from Oki when he swung on that. Just kind of came through and tried to stop himself, make it look like a check swing, but wasn't able to stop it in time.
Yeah, he was, like you mentioned, full of regret on that decision. Nice bit of pitching so far here from Marceau.
Lucas Brule up at the plate. Runner on second. Here's the pitch. Finds the high side of the zone and strike one.
There's not much to the zone of Brule, either of the Brule brothers. Shrinks considerably when they're up at the plate. And you notice he really has dug himself in, crowding that right side of the plate.
Low and outside. 1-1 the count.
Good stop there by Shoop with a runner on second, trying to keep him out of that third base spot, with each team having a couple balls that have gone to the backstop so far here tonight. That can be very important as we move forward.
The 1-1 pitch outside, pass ball.
I just Tony Romo'd that one, didn't I? Got our staff up here in the box asking for lottery numbers after seeing that one, but it is right now. You just, as you look at things right now, there's, once you get base runners on, the delivery's different. Another pitch outside there to Brule. So just as you watch things happen, and Miller over there at third has some wheels.
The 3-1 pitch up high in the small zone. And ball 4. As he walks the line with Johnny Cash.
Left fielder, number 10, Sean Stewart.
Well, and
So
just, I was to say, with one out right now, it'll be interesting to see how the Maroons elect to defend what the Jaguars are going to do. You got speed out there at first. A lot of speed with Brule.
And a beautiful play by Coach High.
I just was talking with Coach Delaney, the softball coach, a couple days ago, and he had someone telling him, don't be a hero when that ball's coming down at you. You're not getting any points for making the stop over there at third base.
Yeah, it's a little different on the baseball field. Got a little bit more room to work with rather than when you're over on softball.
You notice there that pickoff move once again. We can see it. The move, we can see it from home plate. You can see as Marceau starts to step towards first, but as a runner over there at first base, that's not nearly as easy to see.
Stewart pops that one foul and going to stay inside the park over to the warning track.
Right idea as he tries to push that ball over to the right side with the runner on first to see if he can knock that equalizer across. Shelton's got some wheels for a big man over there at first, but maybe not quite that fast of wheels to get over and make that play.
So looking at the outfield, smaller gap to left, bigger gap to right, as Kyle Miller going to take an awry path and throw the ball back to the pitcher. Good sportsmanship there from the Jaguars.
And you notice the outfield on the right side and in center, they are not playing very deep at all right now. Anything to the outfield, I would imagine that Brule will try to score from first.
Fouled back and over the net.
Stewart continues to battle, and he does a nice job hitting this year. He struck out only 11 times on the season so far, so pretty good eyeballs from Sean Stewart up there at the plate.
0-2, Brule goes. Up high, ball 1.
There's our answer of how they're going to defend it there. It's the good situation there once there's 2 strikes to have the runner going, because you're going to expect not a very good pitch, something just to try to goad the batter into swinging at it.
Yeah, and on that you send the runner on first move, because
that's a dirty pitch from Marceau.
Caught the outside of the strike zone. Jaguar crowd not necessarily agreeing with the call.
Well, he was able to get the frame there from Shoop as well behind home plate. The curveball coming from the lefty to the righty. able to pick up that movement of the curveball and just across the outside edge of the plate.
Oh, pitch.
And we have a balk call.
Oh,
balk called. Not sure it necessarily would have mattered, as that was a pass ball.
I wondered, I didn't hear the balk called from out there, so all of a sudden I wondered what was going on because no one was coming after the wild pitch.
Yeah, I heard the balk called slightly, but oh, pitch. Tracked down by Frericks for out number 3. So 1 run comes across in the bottom of the second. Your score now 1-1. You are watching Centennial Digital on CISN, driven by Freedom.
So when an athlete walks into Nick Drosh Fitness, the one thing we want them to know is that this is a phenomenal community. We have the best coaching. We have the best technology. We have the programming that can help them succeed. So whether it's trying to get on JV for the first time, going to that next level on varsity, going from a second string to an all-state player, we have the tools, we have the programming and the coaching in order to take each individual to their next level.
DeArmond certified used vehicles aren't the same as the rest.
Every DeArmond certified vehicle receives a 175-point inspection and comes with a 12-month, 12,000-mile bumper-to-bumper warranty, a 2-year, 100,000-mile powertrain warranty, and DeArmond Care. Wheel, dent, windshield repair, repel paint and windshield protection, and a full tank of fuel.
Buy with confidence, knowing you made a wise decision with DeArmond Certified.
Find DeArmond certified used vehicles at DeArmondFord.com.
Well, welcome back to the ballpark here at Ankeny Centennial. It is 1-1. Maroons 1, Jaguars 1, as we welcome the third voice into the press box, Carter Brandow.
Great to be here, Cade.
As Trevor Baumler steps up to the dish. Carter, of course, the rookie on the staff here at Centennial Digital. 0-0 pitch swung on. Sent to right field. Cole Greider tracks it down. That's out number 1.
That one for out number 1. That'll bring up the left fielder, number 24, Luke.
So Luke Sheridan steps into the box. It's always an exciting day when you start your first broadcast here on Centennial Digital. Oh, 1 the count. Beautiful pitch from Oki. Makes it 0-2. And swung on, dropped third. Steverson fires down to first and hangs the K.
That off speed is really moving right now for Joey.
Finishes it up. 2 away. Stepping in, third baseman, number 8, Brower.
So Drew Brower steps into the box for the Maroons.
2 beautiful pitches from Joey right there to make the count 0-2.
The 0-2 pitch. Outside, ball 1. Severson not having to hustle back for that one, as just missed it. Makes it 1-2. And it's Rule to Churchman for out number 3 as Browers sends it up to the 6 spot. So it's a 6-3 for out number 3, and we go 1, 2, 3, top of the third. Your score remains 1-1 here at the ballpark.
Summer sports coverage on Centennial Digital is driven by Freedom Tire and brought to you by these generous local businesses: Lamberti Goki Lucci Law, Keystone Home Inspections, Reed Plumbing, the Iowa Rush Soccer Club, 72 Degrees, your comfort company, the Sassy Flower Bakery, Alter Trading Corporation, West 40 Market, Nolte & Sons Lawn and Irrigation, Rod Brannon with Shelter Insurance, the New York Life Offices of Josh Cowart, Dr. Brett Renzi and Health First Chiropractic, U.S. Cellular, the Helpful Smiles of Hy-Vee, Dr. Christy Semro with iMart Express, and Springer Floor Care.
Well, welcome back to the ballpark. As Cole Greider steps up to the dish in the bottom of the Jaguar order. The 0-0 pitch to Greider. High and outside, ball 1. That one swung on, fouled back to the net. 1-1 the count. The 1-1 pitch outside. Ball 2. Somerso trying to work all the pitches in as the 2-1 pitch in and up, swung on for strike 2, evens the count out at 2-2. From the windup, high and inside, ball 3 fills the count. So a 3-2 count for Cole Greider. Marceau the pitch and the punch out. As that one finds the inside low corner.
Finding his groove back now that all those runners are off the base for him, and he's got the empty slate now.
So Isaac Bruhl steps up to the dish, grounded out to the shortstop in the first. First pitch finds the lack of strike zone for Isaac Bruhl. Oh, 1. Just high for the count to become 1-1. The 1-1 pitch. Swung on, sent to Frericks for out number 2. So good track down from Frericks, working all the way over from the right side. Yo-o pitch inside on Severson. Oh, 1 pitch outside. Ball 2. Somerso starts off inside and then outside here to Severson. 2-0 pitch. Didn't miss the zone by much, but 3-0 the count. The 3-0 inside called strike. Severson was already starting to throw the bat back towards the dugout. Stopped himself just in time. 2-1. Outer edge of the zone.
He's just painting those lines right now.
Yeah, that pitch looked to be in the same spot as the 0-2 or 2-0 pitch. 3-2 count. Severson sends it up the middle. It's the first Jaguar hit. And Severson going to find himself on first.
Sends it where it came from for a hit. Here's number 7, first baseman.
So Damon Churchman steps up to the box for the Jaguars. Cole Pieper finds himself over at first in place of Nick Severson. Oh, pitch. Swung on, sent sky high. And that's going to be out number 3 as Cooper Nicholson tracks it down.
Out number 3, and the Jags in order in the bottom of the 3rd. It's still 1-1.
And we head to the top of the 4th. Your score remains 1-1.
Summer sports coverage on Centennial Digital is driven by Freedom Tire and brought to you by these generous local businesses: Lamberti Goki Lucci Law, Fiscus Jewelers, Rainbow of the Heartland, the all-new Prairie Trail Sports Complex, All-Star Concrete, the Zoom Room, Knocker Ball 118, Heart of Ankeny Animal Hospital, Cabaret Sports Bar and Grill, and Wendy Thompson, an affiliate of Humble Travel.
West 40 Market in Uptown Ankeny is your place to shop for the best meats, steaks, brats, jerky, and everything in between. Let us be your one-stop shop for all your favorite cuts, all raised on local Iowa farms. Shopping local never tasted so good.
Well, welcome back to the ballpark. Max Shelton steps up to the dish for the Maroons. Shelton a fly out to the shortstop in the first. 0-1 the count as first pitch fouled down first base side. That one's going to be outside. 1-1 now the count. That one going to be low, ball 2. That one going to find the outer edge of the strike zone, makes it 2-2 to Shelton. Low inside. Three-two count. Shelton sends that one right field. Grider tracking it down, settles underneath. Out number 1.
Wind out today is not blowing very hard. I just looked at my weather app. It says about 6 miles per hour.
Yeah, it looks like it's blowing in from that right field wall. So the flies to right, not going to go very far. As first pitch swung on, strike one. And that one going to find the zone, 0-2 here to Frericks. The 0-2 pitch. Do you dare call that a swinging bunt or just a chop swing?
I saw that one as a more of a check swing, kind of throw his bat back, throw his bat at it.
English is hard, isn't it?
Yeah, it's hard sometimes.
First pitch finds the zone. Oh, 1 the count. Shoop looked like he wanted to go on that one, then held himself back as the count becomes 0-2. The 0-2 pitch. And hits him. So Shoop gets the free bag.
That's Joey Oakey's third hit batter on the game.
Coming to the plate, second baseman, number 3, Carter Nicholson.
He's hurting over there on the first base side.
Yeah, it looked like it caught him.
The hands, maybe
in the ribs.
Ribs?
Ribs to hips is where I saw it, so. Carter Nicholson steps up to the dish. Carter, a sophomore. Oh, 1 the count. Looks for the pickoff. Nothing there. Oh, 1. That one's low, makes it 1-1.
Edric running for the Maroons.
So Carter Nicholson, 29 at-bats. Lucas Brule tracks down the pop fly on the 6th spot, and that's out number 3. We head to the bottom of the 4th. It is 1-1. You are watching Centennial Digital on CISN, driven by Freedom Tire.
Summer sports coverage on Centennial Digital is driven by Freedom Tire and brought to you by these generous local businesses: Lamberti Goki Lucci Law, Fiscus Jewelers, Rainbow of the Heartland, the all-new Prairie Trail Sports Complex, All-Star Concrete, the Zoom Room, Knocker Ball 118, Heart of Ankeny Animal Hospital, Cabaret Sports Bar and Grill, and Wendy Thompson, an affiliate of Humble Travel.
West 40 Market in Uptown Ankeny is your place to shop for the best meats, steaks, brats, jerky, and everything in between. Let us be your one-stop shop for all your favorite cuts, all raised on local Iowa farms. Shopping local never tasted so good.
So the umpire and the coach having a conversation as a catcher change being made.
The Jaguars, the designated hitter, number 1, Kyle Miller.
Indiana Jones makes the appearance here at the ballpark. Add that down to our list of celebrities we've seen so far here tonight. Kyle Miller swings away on the first pitch. Going to be a fly out to the second baseman. That is Carter Nicholson.
Now batting number 24, the pitcher, Joey.
The sun proving to not be a big impact on most of these fly balls as they're tracking it pretty well tonight.
So Joey Oakey steps up to the box, and yeah, as you were saying, sunglasses definitely come in to help here in these 5 o'clock and definitely the 5 o'clock game. 7 o'clock game, not as much as sun's working its way down by then, but sunglasses definitely coming into play. One the count to Oakey. Strikeout swinging in the second. That one pass ball bounces up to the net. So we believe we have the confirmation of the catcher being number 7, Matthew Hinton. 2-1 count to Oakey. Marceau the delivery. Fouled back to the net. Ryan Weiss, the ball retrieval kid for the Jaguars. 2-2 count. Swung on, strike 3.
Marceau with a strikeout for 2 away.
Brings up Lucas Brule, the Jaguars shortstop. Wind up pitch. Swung on, strike 1. Marceau really able to work the zone here for the Maroons, as that one's sent right back up the middle to the Nichols infield and over to first. It's going to be a 6-3 for out number 3. So another 1-2-3 inning. And we head to the top of the 5th. Your score is still 1-1.
Summer sports coverage on Centennial Digital is driven by Freedom Tire and brought to you by these generous local businesses: Lamberti Goki Lucci Law, Nick Jarash Fitness, Weicker Realtors, the 515 Agency, Ted Sandine Photography, Extreme Services, Sinorama Ankeny, and Amy Wiederin with Coldwell Banker.
Welcome back to the ballpark as we get ready for the top of the 5th. Maroons step up to the dish. And we are at the top of the order. It is Cooper Nicholson.
The 0-0 pitch to Cooper Nicholson, the senior brother. First pitch finds the zone, bunt shown. And still within the zone, and 0-2. And strike 3. As a jumping catch from Alberhaski as they throw around the horn. Not gonna lie, kind of looked like he was trying to remake the Air Jordan in baseball form there, catching the throw from Severson.
Off the umpire right there.
So Severson gonna take sweet time to give the umpire some time to recover. Always hate to see the ones that come straight back to the umpire. As now coach calls over his batter. Give him just a little bit more time. See the same thing happen when the catcher gets hit by a ball. Umpire will take the ball, walk out to the pitcher, have a short conversation, give catcher some time to recover. As that one swung on and fouled 0-2. The 0-2. Beautiful pitch from Oki. I think Gamble was just standing there waiting for that one to hit him.
Yeah.
He saw it in on him, and then it just broke in perfectly for strike 3.
Number 9, Trevor Baumler.
So first pitch called strike on the appeal. Swung on, sent to right. See that the ball just kind of gets called dead as Greider has to come in for that one. And it's 1-2-3 once again. We head to the bottom of the 5th. Your score remains 1-1.
Summer sports coverage on Centennial Digital is driven by Freedom Tire and brought to you by these generous local businesses: Lamberti Goki Lucci Law, Fiscus Jewelers, Rainbow of the Heartland, the all-new Prairie Trail Sports Complex, All-Star Concrete, the Zoom Room, Knocker Ball 118, Heart of Ankeny Animal Hospital, Cabaret Sports Bar and Grill, and Wendy Thompson, an affiliate of Humble Travel.
So back at the ballpark, Sean Stewart steps in here in the bottom of the 5th. Stewart takes the timeout. I will say that is probably a wise choice, as Marceau likes to work quick. Stewart sends that one third base side, and it's a 5-3 for out number
1.
It appears to be a third baseman change.
George Nahas finally making the appearance at third throughout the lineup. So 0-1 the count to Alberhaski. Strike 2. Marceau locked in, swung on, strike 3.
Marceau with the strikeout for 2 down. Coming to the plate, the right fielder, number 3, Cole Greider. Running up there from the dugout. Yeah. Every time I look up, the first pitch is coming. You guys have done this before. You know I introduce you.
It's Nicholson over to
We're through 5. It's 1-1.
and that's the third out. It's still 1-1 as we head to the top of the 6th.
Summer sports coverage on Centennial Digital is driven by Freedom Tire and brought to you by these generous local businesses: Lamberti Goki Lucci Law, Nick Jarash Fitness, Weicker Realtors, the 515 Agency, Ted Sandine Photography, Extreme Services, Sinorama Ankeny, and Amy Wiederin with Coldwell Banker.
Welcome back to the ballpark here at Ankeny Centennial. As Luke Sheridan leads us off. Misses the zone, ball 1. The 1-0 pitch. Inside. As Sheridan steps out. That one's sent down first base side. Two one. The 2-1 pitch. Swung on, sent third base side, and unable to come up with it. So Sheridan beats it out and an infield hit.
Coming to the plate, third baseman, number 27, George Nahas.
So George Nahas was in the original starting lineup, and then the last minute change. So Nahas now back in the game for the Maroons. As a meeting over at first between runner and coach.
So Gage Campbell now running at first. 0-0 pitch outside.
Number 4, Gage Campbell, running for the Maroons.
Severson able to track that down. Pickoff move from the count.
Called strike to make the count 2-1.
Two-one was the count. Now it's 3-1. I got it. So the 2-1 pitch swung on, makes it full count, 3-2. A 3-2 pitch from Oki. Swung on, sent down first base side. Churchman going to take it on his own for out number 1.
Churchman will play it by himself. 1 away. Here's the first baseman, number 30, Max Shelton.
So Max Shelton steps up to the box for the Maroons. And Coach High going to make his way out to the mound. The first mound meeting of this game for the Jaguars.
Are we seeing any bullpen action over there?
I don't see anyone in the bullpen, so I do not believe this is going to be a pitching change. This looks to be just a mound meeting to get the team calmed down, get Oki in the right mindset once again, but maybe talking about a little bit of a shift here for the lefty. So like I suspected, just a team mound meeting, nothing changing in the infield. Talking about a possible play, it looks like, as everybody's up on the grass. Swung on, sent right field line. Oh, 1 the count. Swung on, strike 2. The 0-2 pitch. Swung on, sent high. Stewart not going to try and track it down. So the count stays 0-2. One, two, now the count. The 1-2 pitch. Inside, 2-2. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Runner on third. And there is strike number 3 for out number 2.
Oki with the strikeout. Stepping in, right fielder, number 28, Nick Frericks.
Ks on the day so far for Okie, as Alberhaski gonna find that one foul. So Okie just adding on to the tally for the pitching stats. Before this game, 58 strikeouts for Okie. And has added another 8 so far. And I'm not necessarily the best at math.
Gonna be about 66 strikeouts for him.
I figured you would be a little bit better at math than I would be, so. 0-2, sent over to Alberhaski, and Alberhaski to Churchman for out number 3. So it's a 5-3 for out number 3, and we head to the bottom of the 6th. Your score still 1-1.
Summer sports coverage on Centennial Digital is driven by Freedom Tire and brought to you by these generous local businesses: Lamberti Goki Lucci Law, Nick Jarash Fitness, Weicker Realtors, the 515 Agency, Ted Sandine Photography, Extreme Services, Sinorama Ankeny, and Amy Wiederin with Coldwell Banker.
DeArmond certified used vehicles aren't the same as the rest.
Every DeArmond certified vehicle receives a 175-point inspection and comes with a 12-month, 12,000-mile bumper-to-bumper warranty, a 2-year, 100,000-mile powertrain warranty, and DeArmond Care. Wheel, dent, windshield repair, repel paint and windshield protection, and a full tank of fuel.
Buy with confidence, knowing you made a wise decision with DeArmond Certified.
Find DeArmond certified used vehicles at DeArmondFord.com.
So back at the ballpark here at Ankeny Centennial, bottom of the 6th, the score 1-1. Isaac Brule leads it off for the Jaguars in the top of the order. So we've had you on the broadcast now for a couple of innings. How you feeling so far?
Still shaking out the nerves a little bit, but I like it. I think it's a great opportunity. Thanks for having me, Cade.
Of course. Always awesome to have somebody new on the broadcast, get them a little bit of experience.
Looking forward to the second game. I'll probably get a little bit more involved in that one now that I'm learning more and more.
2-1 the count to Brule. Yeah, I will say, from my first time doing it to now, it's completely different. First time there was a lot of nerves coming through me trying to pick out every little thing to say and everything like that. It becomes a lot more natural as you go through the time. And that's going to be ball 4. Isaac Brule works the base on balls.
Here is the catcher, number 2, Nick Severson.
So Nick Severson, the only hit so far in this game, definitely been a key factor. Kyle Miller has been the only run to come across for the Jaguars on a balk call. We were talking a little bit earlier. It's been a pass ball and a balk that have brought home a run as Campbell tracks that one down in center.
It was looking like he was having a little bit of trouble with that one, but he in the end found it and got the out.
Well, I didn't know if he was misjudging that short or what it was, but he just kept on him backpedal, 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 backpedal.
Last
kept
second
on
he turned.
going and tracked it down. Damon Churchman in the box. Pickoff move to first. Brule's back safe. Yeah, and as Andy was talking about earlier, we can see it up from the box of when it's definitely going to be a pickoff move and when it's not. But from that first base side, as somebody who's on the field every once in a while, it's a lot harder to tell when you're on the field rather than when you're up in the booth. As 2 straight pickoff attempts for Marceau, keeping Brule at bay. Churchman takes a hack. 6-4, beats out the throw, and Churchman.
Good throw by the catcher, gets him.
Yeah, beautiful throw by Shoup, but went for the 6-4-3, ended up getting a 6-4 pause for a minute, and then a 2 to 4 for the end of the inning. So we head to the top of the 7th. Score remains 1-1, and dare I say it, we are at a thread of extra innings so far.
Summer sports coverage on Centennial Digital is driven by Freedom Tire and brought to you by these generous local businesses: Lamberti Goki Lucci Law, Fiscus Jewelers, Rainbow of the Heartland, the all-new Prairie Trail Sports Complex, All-Star Concrete, the Zoom Room, Knocker Ball 118, Heart of Ankeny Animal Hospital, Cabaret Sports Bar and Grill, and Wendy Thompson, an affiliate of Humble Travel.
So Matthew Hampton steps up to the dish, the Maroons catcher. Swung on, sent out of play. Oh-2 pitch. Swung on, dropped third. Severson going to look for the tag. Not going to be able to get it. Throws to Churchman for out number 1. So it will go down as a strikeout for Okie. I believe that puts him at 9 for the night. As a count 1-0 to Carter Nicholson. Pitch is outside. 2-0 the count. Pitch up and in. Ball 3. The 3-0 pitch finds the zone. As of course you see the red light on the 3-0 pitch. No swing. And a 3-1 hitter's count turns into a 3-2 full count for Okie. Sent high to center field. Compton looking to track it down. And there is out number 2 as Compton tracks it down.
That'll bring up the shortstop. Number 1, Cooper Nicholson.
So the other half of the Nicholson family up to bat. Cooper Nicholson. 2 outs, nobody on. First pitch up, ball 1. Swung on, sent third base side. Alberhaski going to make the play. And it's Alberhaski to Churchman. We head to the bottom of the 7th. 1, 2, 3. Your score remains 1-1.
Summer sports coverage on Centennial Digital is driven by Freedom Tire and brought to you by these generous local businesses: Lamberti Goki Lucci Law, Fiscus Jewelers, Rainbow of the Heartland, the all-new Prairie Trail Sports Complex, All-Star Concrete, the Zoom Room, Knocker Ball 118, Heart of Ankeny Animal Hospital, Cabaret Sports Bar and Grill, and Wendy Thompson, an affiliate of Humble Travel.
Kyle Miller steps up to the dish. As we are in the bottom of the 7th. So in theory, this is the final inning of the game. Your count 0-2 to Miller. The 0-2 pitch. Sent third base side. Can't come up with it. Miller makes it to first. And it's going to go down as an E5.
Stepping in, the pitcher, number 24, Joey Oakey.
So base runner aboard for the Jaguars. And it is Joey Oakey up to bat. The 0-0 pitch, runner on first, bunt shown, down the first base side. He's
that
safe.
One's gonna work.
Waiting for the final call. Safe at first.
He evades the tag there. Those wheels really show.
Beautiful bunt from Oakey. And I don't know if this is a mound meeting or an umpire meeting being asked for, but looks like a mound meeting. The Maroons just starting to fall apart here in the bottom of the 7th. A missed play from Nahas and then a missed tag from Shelton. So runners on first and second as Jonathan Carrasco, the Jaguars freshman, is over on first running for Joey Oakey.
At the plate, the shortstop, number 5, Lucas Brule.
No outs, runners on first and second. Bunt shown, fell back. So 0-1 the count to Brule. Bunt shown early. Gonna lay it down right to the pitcher, and it's a throwaway. Run comes across. It's a walk-off bunt for the Jaguars. That is game number 1. Your final score are going to be 1-2, 2-1 Jaguars. What a way to end game number 1, as a beautiful, beautiful bunt from Brule.
Game number 2 coming up in about 3
And then the miscommunication of the Maroons there, trying to throw it away and everything else.
So we're going to take a quick break and then be right back for Game 1's Lamberti Goki-Lucci Player of the Game. And Game 2 coming up right after that.
West 40 Market in Uptown Ankeny is your place to shop for the best meats, steaks, brats, jerky, and everything in between. Let us be your one-stop shop for all your favorite cuts, all raised on local Iowa farms. Shopping local never tasted so good.
So welcome back. Tonight's first game, Lamberti Goki-Lucci Player of the Game, going to Joey Oki. A 9K game for Joey Oki, and just overall a really good game for the Jaguars and the Maroons. Gotta give credit where credit's due, but Oki, just a really good game here in Game 1.
Yep, all his pitches were working for him, and he started off to a little bit of a shaky start almost, like in that first inning, and he figured it out and dominated throughout the rest of the game.
Yeah, Oki started out a little rough there in the first couple of innings, but after he got settled in, it was pretty much clear sailing from there. I mean, looking at the sheet, saw a couple of 1, 2, 3 innings there for the Jaguars. If not 1, 2, 3, only saw 4 batters if it wasn't a 1, 2, 3 inning. So just an overall amazing game for Joey Oki. And he is Game 1's Lamberti Goki Lucci, player of the game. Now, we have to talk a little bit about the Maroons here from game number 1. A great showing from the Maroons. Just overall worked everything out the best that they could. Started to fall apart there in the last couple of innings, but overall just a really good game between the two teams. And game number 2 coming at you right after our quick little break. Get the field ready for game 2, and we will be right back. I believe it's going to be Maroons the home team here for game number 2 and Jaguars the away team. So we'll be right back and double check, make sure I have everything correct. Thank you for watching on Centennial Digital on CIML, driven by Freedom Tire.
Summer sports coverage on Centennial Digital is driven by Freedom Tire and brought to you by these generous local businesses: Lamberti Goki Lucci Law, Keystone Home Inspections, Reed Plumbing, the Iowa Rush Soccer Club, 72 Degrees, your comfort company, the Sassy Flower Bakery, Alter Trading Corporation, West 40 Market, Nolte & Sons Lawn and Irrigation, Rod Brannon with Shelter Insurance, the New York Life offices of Josh Cowart, Dr. Brett Renzi and Health First Chiropractic, U.S. Cellular, the Helpful Smiles of Hy-Vee, Dr. Christy Semro with iMart Express, and Springer Floor Care. Summer sports coverage on Centennial Digital is driven by Freedom Tire and brought to you by these generous local businesses: Lamberti Goki Lucci Law, Nick Jarash Fitness, Weichert Realtors, the 515 Agency, Ted Sandine Photography, Extreme Services, Sinorama Ankeny, and Amy Wiederin with Coldwell Banker.
DeArmond certified used vehicles aren't the same as the rest.
Every DeArmond certified vehicle receives a 175-point inspection and comes with a 12-month, 12,000-mile bumper-to-bumper warranty, a 2-year, 100,000-mile powertrain warranty, and DeArmond Care. Wheel, dent, windshield repair, repel paint and windshield protection, and a full tank of fuel.
Buy with confidence, knowing you made a wise decision with DeArmond certified.
Find DeArmond certified used vehicles at DeArmondFord.com.
Well, good evening, baseball fans, and welcome to game number 2 here at Centennial Ballpark. It is number 5 Maroons versus number 1 Jaguars. The number 1 Jaguars taking game number 1 2-1 on a walk-off bunt, which I guess could also be called a walk-off overthrow from the pitcher. But we're getting ready for game number 2. It is the Karate Kid, Emerson Alberhaski, on the mound. And if you haven't heard me talk about his pitching style before, slide step that time. So didn't get to see it that time. We'll get to see it against our first batter here, hopefully.
Leading off for the Maroons, the shortstop, number 1.
Cooper Nicholson leads us off for the Maroons. And into the crane kick windup for Alberhaski there. You just see him through the windup, just take his step, go about halfway, and then lift it the rest of the way up to the hip. Halfway up to the hip, down to the ground. So the self-given nickname of the Karate Kid for Alberhaski. And of course here in game 2, joined by Carter Brandow, the Centennial Digital rookie. One, two, the count to Nicholson. Fouled back. Count stays at 1-2. So just under 1,000 feet above sea level here in Ankeny, Iowa. And a beautiful curveball for strike number 3.
Alberhaski will get it started with a strikeout.
And gonna keep him looking for strike number 3. Bo Gamble
steps up to the dish. The 0-0 pitch from Alberhaski. Hits him. So Gamble going to be hit by the pitch and sent down to first.
Takes one for the team there, gets on the hard way.
Yeah, you never want to necessarily see a guy get hit by a pitch, but I mean, it benefits the at-bat team. So runner on first, Alberhaski now from the stretch. 1-0 count. Severson fakes the back pick. Count 2-0. Now 3-0 the count to Gamble. Or Gamble on second. Trevor Baumler up at the dish. 3-0 count. Low and in the dirt, ball 4.
Baumler, the base on balls. Coming to the plate, left fielder, number 24, Luke Sheridan.
Back-to-back free passes for Emerson. From Emerson.
So Luke Sheridan steps up to the dish. Looking back on last game, Sheridan had 2 strikeouts swinging as Severson looks for the throwdown, gets him at third, and that's out number 2. And he is caught stealing.
Severson with a caught stealing.
So now a runner only left on second as Luke Sheridan up at the dish. Sent down the first base side, foul. Two-one count to Sheridan, runner on second. That one sent up high. Churchman calls for it, and there's out number 3. So that's going to be out number 3. 1 stranded, no hits, no errors. We head to the bottom of the first. Your score 0-0. You're watching Centennial Digital on CISN, driven by Freedom Tire.
Summer sports coverage on Centennial Digital is driven by Freedom Tire and brought to you by these generous local businesses: Lamberti Goki Lucci Law, Fiscus Jewelers, Rainbow of the Heartland, the all-new Prairie Trail Sports Complex, All-Star Concrete, the Zoom Room, Knockerball 118, Heart of Ankeny Animal Hospital, Cabaret Sports Bar and Grill, and Wendy Thompson, an affiliate of Humble Travel.
Welcome back to the ballpark here at Ankeny Centennial High School as we get ready for the bottom of the first. Isaac Brule going to lead off the Jaguars' offense.
Second baseman, Isaac Brule.
The Jaguars' second baseman. The 0-0 pitch. Swung on. Strike one. Bunt down the third base side. Coach I makes the play. As that one is foul. So 0-2 now the count. No bunt from Brule here on 0-2. Send down the first base side. And it's going to be a 3-1 for out number one.
Southern with a nice job covering. One away. Here's the catcher, number 2, Nick Severson.
So the battery here in game number 2, Southern to Hampton. As Nick Severson up at the dish. First pitch finds the up and out corner of the zone for strike one. Oh, 1 pitch. Swung on. Sent to the gap. Severson gonna get 2. Holds up at second. And it's a stand-up double for Nick Severson. Goes shopping in the gap. Cole Pieper going to come run for Severson.
Will enter to run. At the plate, number 7, Damon Churchman.
Damon Churchman now up to bat for the Jaguars. Runner on second is Pieper in place of Severson. Swung on, sent back to the net.
Churchman at the dish.
As the ball retrieval, Ryan Weiss heads back to the dugout. Churchman sends that one first base side, and it's going to be a 4-3 for out number 2. But runner will advance.
Here is the Jaguar cleanup hitter, number 1, Kyle Miller.
So Kyle Miller now up to bat for the Jaguars. The 0-0 swung on, sent to the second baseman, and it's going to be Nicholson to Shelton for out number 3. Your score remains 0-0. You're watching Centennial Digital on CISN, brought to you by Freedom Tire.
Summer sports coverage on Centennial Digital is driven by Freedom Tire and brought to you by these generous local businesses: Lamberti Goki Lucci Law, Keystone Home Inspections, Reed Plumbing, the Iowa Rush Soccer Club, 72 Degrees, your comfort company, the Sassy Flower Bakery, Alter Trading Corporation, West 40 Market, Nolte & Sons Lawn and Irrigation, Rod Brannon with Shelter Insurance, the New York Life Offices of Josh Cowart, Dr. Brett Renzi and Health First Chiropractic, U.S. Cellular, the Helpful Smiles of Hy-Vee, Dr. Christy Semro with iMart Express, and Springer Floor Care.
West 40 Market in Uptown Ankeny is your place to shop for the best meats, steaks, brats, jerky, and everything in between. Let us be your one-stop shop for all your favorite cuts, all raised on local Iowa farms. Shopping local never tasted so good.
Well, welcome back to the ballpark. Alberhaski on the 0-0 pitch to Nahas and swung on, strike one. The 0-2 pitch to Nahas. Swung on. Going to be dropped third.
It's going to be a difficult one. Yeah.
Yeah, very difficult one for Severson there, as that one went all the way back to the backstop. So Nahas going to reach on a drop third, but Emerson is still going to get credit for the K.
Here's the first baseman, number 30, Max Shelton.
So it's one of those kind of hard to understand plays in baseball where the pitcher still gets the strikeout on the record, but runner gets down to first. The 0-1 pitch, swung on, sent first base side. Churchman takes care of it, looks for the double play, and nothing there. So Churchman, a beautiful save from Churchman as it came up, popped out of the glove, and just double caught it on his own.
Yep. Without that bobble, he might have been able to get them at two, but hard to say.
So Nick Freritz batting for the Maroons. Sent over to Churchman, and Churchman gets it on his own once again.
2 down. Here's the catcher, number 7, Matthew Hanton.
Hanton swings on that one. Gonna drop. Brule throws it over and overthrown. Or thrown off the bag, I should say, not necessarily overthrown.
At the plate, second baseman, number 3, Carter Nicholson.
So Carter Nicholson steps up to the dish for the Maroons. Alberhaskey right back to, and he's going to throw it to Churchman for out number 3.
Gets out of the little jam there.
Number 3. So it's no runs.
Still 0-0.
One hit, 2 left for
You're watching Centennial Digital on CISN.
Summer sports coverage on Centennial Digital is driven by Freedom Tire and brought to you by these generous local businesses: Lamberti Goki Lucci Law, Nick Jarash Fitness, Weicker Realtors, the 515 Agency, Ted Sandine Photography, Extreme Services, Sinorama Ankeny, and Amy Wiederin with Coldwell Banker. Summer sports coverage on Centennial Digital is driven by Freedom Tire and brought to you by these generous local businesses: Lamb.
Thank you. Welcome back to the ballpark, and first pitch into Joey Oki, strike 1. Second one going to be up high, ball 1. So 1-1 now the count to Oki. DHing in the spot of Jack Compton. And settling under it is going to be Frericks.
Here's the shortstop, number 5, Lucas Brule.
So Lucas Brule steps into the box for the Jaguars. The 0-0 pitch, swung on, sent high. Nicholson scrambling for it, and drop ball. And they got him at second.
And they'll get the out at second base. That'll bring up the left fielder, number 10, Sean Stewart.
So first pitch into Sean Stewart, strike. The 0-1 pitch. Finds the outside of the zone, strike 2. The 0-2 count, outside. Stewart holds back.
Just a bit outside on that one.
No, Carter, you did it wrong. It's just a bit outside.
Had to initiate.
And through the gap, it's Sean Stewart making it to first.
That'll bring up the pitcher, number 23, Emerson Alberhaskey.
So the Jaguar pitcher Emerson Alberhaski now at the dish. Sean Stewart over on first. Swung on, sent back up the middle, over the head, and it's a base hit. Stewart going to hold up at second. So Jaguars getting on a roll here in the bottom of the second.
Emerson helping himself out there, keeping the inning alive.
Yeah, nice opposite field hit for Alberhaski, as Jonathan Carrasco goes over to run at first.
At the plate, right fielder, number 3, Cole Grider.
So Grider now the bottom of the order, looking to keep this inning alive just a little bit longer. The 0-0 pitch, outside, ball 1. One-zero inside, finds the strike zone, makes it 1-1. That one looked like it was just inside and maybe missed it, but called strike makes the count 1-1 with 2 outs. Inside. That one we can for sure say was a ball, as Grider had to scoot out of the way of that one.
He's really crowding the plate too, so those inside pitches look a little bit more inside than they might actually be to the umpire.
2-1 count to Grider. Here's the pitch. Going to be low for ball 3. So a hitter's count, 3-1 for Grider. Grider, a very clutch player for the Jaguars when need be. And Grider gets to base on balls.
Here's the second baseman, number 29, Isaac Brule.
So now bases loaded for the Jaguars. Isaac Brule, the batter. Brule sends it third base side, and they're going to take the force out at third.
Step on third. That is out number 3. So the Jaguars end up leaving them loaded.
So they leave him loaded on 3 hits, 1 error, and we head to the top of the third. Your score remains 0-all.
Summer sports coverage on Centennial Digital is driven by Freedom Tire and brought to you by these generous local businesses: Lamberti Goki Lucci Law, Nick Jarash Fitness, Weicker Realtors, the 515 Agency, Ted Sandine Photography, Extreme Services, Sinorama Ankeny, and Amy Wiederin with Coldwell Banker.
So the Maroons now up to bat.
It is Cooper Nicholson. The crane kick sent out to left, and Stewart going to track it down. Going to go for second. So it's going to be a in the dirt double for Cooper Nicholson.
Coming to the plate, center fielder, number 2, Bo Gamble.
So Bo Gamble, now the batter.
Stewart draws a bead on it for 1 away.
Sean Stewart with the catch out there, gets it in quick.
Stepping in the box, designated hitter, number 9.
So in the book, that'll go down as an F9. Or F7, excuse me. Wrong side of the field. Trevor Baumler steps into the box. First pitch in, strike 1.
If I heard correctly, this guy leads the Maroons in batting average.
Let me double check that. I believe you are correct. 481 on the season prior to tonight's game. So 1-2 the count here. And that one's going to drop in front of Compton. Compton going to throw to the cutoff Churchman. And it's going to be a single for Baumler. So that'll put runners on the corners as Luke Sheridan steps up to the dish. First pitch, fouled off, strike 1. Or foul tip, I should say. So runners on the corners, 1 out. Would you expect to see a bunt here to just move that runner over to second? Maybe get 1 run in on...
Well, based on that, no. Now 2 strikes.
Fair enough, as it moves to 2 strikes. You don't expect to see a bunt on 2 strikes, but...
Never know.
Typically, if the bunt play was on, they would call it off at that point, but
yep.
High school baseball is a weird sport. As the runner goes and swung on strike 3, runner will advance to second.
Alberhaski will get the strikeout. Here's the third baseman, number 27, George.
So George Nahas came in late in the first game and starts the second game. First pitch in, strike 1. So runners on second and third. You see Emerson go back to the windup rather than the stretch. Most pitchers will work better from the windup, as that's going to be a 6-3 for out number 3. We go to the bottom of the third. Your score is 0-0.
Centennial Digital on CISN, driven by Freedom Tire.
DeArmond certified used vehicles aren't the same as the rest.
Every DeArmond certified vehicle receives a 175-point inspection and comes with a 12-month, 12,000-mile bumper-to-bumper warranty, a 2-year, 100,000-mile powertrain warranty, and DeArmond Care. Wheel, dent, windshield repair, repel paint and windshield protection, and a full tank of fuel.
Buy with confidence, knowing you made a wise decision with DeArmond certified.
Find DeArmond certified used vehicles at DeArmondFord.com.
So when an athlete walks into Nick Drosh Fitness, the one thing we want them to know is that this is a phenomenal community. We have the best coaching. We have the best technology. We have the programming that can help them succeed. So whether it's trying to get on JV for the first time, going to that next level on varsity, going from a second string to an all-state player, we have the tools, we have the programming and the coaching in order to take each individual to their next level.
Stepping up to the plate, Nick Severson. Fouls the first pitch off, left field side. Severson flies out to the left field.
One away. The Jaguar first baseman, number 7,
I gotta catch this.
Damon Churchman.
First pitch, ball to Damon Churchman.
Now we're going to be called outside on the strike zone.
Churchman with a flare to center.
Catch. Shouldn't you be filming?
First.
That one just a bit inside.
So 1-0 the count to Kyle Miller. Gonna be just a bit low. Ball 2. Now I'm gonna be high. So instead of working in and out, you see him working low to high. That's kind of flipped from the way it should be. Three-0 count.
Calls that.
Inside called strike 1. Kyle has to go retrieve the bat as he thought that was ball 4. Swung on, sent down the right or left field line into the corner.
Coach High to send Damon.
runner stands up on second, and a run comes across.
It's an RBI double. Miller.
So a beautiful RBI double for Kyle Miller.
24, designated hitter, Joey.
Typically, you don't see the revenge come as a double. You see it come as a home run, but the Jaguars will take it when they can get it. Oh, pitch to Oki. Called strike one. Oki did not agree with that call. As he scooted out of the way and then dropped the jaw when it was called strike. 0-1 pitch, swung on. Makes it 0-2. 1 out. 2 strikes. Oh, 2 pitch. Runner on second. Oki fouls it back to the netting. Stays 0-2. Oh, 2 count. Steps off. Looks for the pickoff and overthrown. So I heard the name White Lightning being thrown around in the crowd. Not sure who that's going to. I think that's Kyle Miller. The 0-2 pitch to Oki. Outside, ball 1.
Oki calls time.
Oki 0 for 3 on the night so far. 1-2 count, 1 out. Kyle Miller on second. Swung on, sent high to right field. Tracks it down, and Miller goes to third. Throw is outside the base. And Miller gonna reach third.
Here's the shortstop, number 5, Lucas Brule.
Would you call that a sac fly? No. Okay, sac flies like this one. That's huge because now pass the ball against runners. Or a wild pitch.
So
Yes.
Lucas Brule is the batter. First pitch inside and low. Ball 1. And I will say we haven't necessarily seen an established strike zone from the umpire here in game number 2. There's kind of a case in point right there. Swung on, sent to the shortstop. And it's going to be a 6-3 for out number 3.
Jaguars will get on the board with 1 in the bottom of the 3rd.
So Jaguars
Jaguars are on the board. It's 1-0 Centennial.
Summer sports coverage on Centennial Digital is driven by Freedom Tire and brought to you by these generous local businesses. Lamberti Goki Luci.
So as we see our camera picking up Cole Greider, the Juicy Wiggle King, out in center field, joined by his partner Jack Compton over in center. Those two dancing about. I'm sure I'll hear something about that post game during an interview. Now the Maroons up to bat. It is Max Shelton leading off for the Maroons here in the top of the fourth. The 0-0 pitch. Inside, strike one. That one also going to be inside the zone for strike two. The 0-2 pitch. Oh, Stewart goes for the diving play, but Shelton going to pull up at first.
Nice effort from Stewart, but it's going to go as a hit. Now batting, right fielder, number 28, Nick Frericks.
So Nick Frericks steps up to the dish for the Maroons. Yellow pitch sent first base side. Churchman tracks it down, out number one.
Churchman gloves it. Here's the catcher, number 7, Matthew Hansen.
So 0-0 pitch, Severson keeps Shelton at May. Now Alberhaski gonna look for the pickoff. And it's a 6-4 out number one. Fielder's choice reaches.
Rule for the out at second. That'll bring up number 3, second baseman, Carter Nicholson.
So Carter Nicholson, the bottom of the order for the Maroons. The 0-1 pitch. Swung on, sent back to Alberhaski. Alberhaski in a scramble. Gets it over to first for out number 3.
Sticks with it.
We head to the bottom of the fourth. Your score remains 1-0.
Summer sports coverage on Centennial Digital is driven by Freedom Tire and brought to you by these generous local businesses. Lamberti Goki Lucci Law, Keystone Home Inspections, Reed Plumbing, the Iowa Rush Soccer Club, 72 Degrees, your comfort company, the Sassy Flower Bakery, Alter Trading Corporation, West 40 Market, Nolte & Sons Lawn and Irrigation, Rod Brannon with Shelter Insurance, the New York Life Offices of Josh Cowart, Dr. Brett Renzi and Health First Chiropractic, U.S. Cellular, the Helpful Smiles of Hy-Vee, Dr. Christy Semro with iMart Express, and Springer Floor Care.
West 40 Market in Uptown Ankeny is your place to shop for the best meats, steaks, brats, jerky, and everything in between. Let us be your one-stop shop for all your favorite cuts, all raised on local Iowa farms. Shopping local never tasted so good.
So Sean Stewart now the batter for the Jaguars. The 0-0 pitch sent up high. Shelton tracks that one down for out number 1.
Here's the pitcher, number 23, Emerson Alberhaski.
So Alberhaski now the batter for the Jaguars. 1 for 1 on the night, 1 for 1 on the game so far. First pitch inside. Have to wait a little bit longer on this umpire to. The 1-0 pitch. Gonna find the outside corner of the zone. One. Just low, drops out of the zone, and 2-1. Two-one pitch called strike 2.
I'm not exactly sure what was different about that one opposed to the one before that.
Yeah, to be honest with you, I can't tell you either on that one.
Not a very defined strike zone, as you can see. And now it's a ball again.
So 3-2 the count to Alberhaski. And
oh.
Same spot, same location as the last 3 pitches, but gets called the punch out. So it's now 2 away for the Jaguars. And Cole Grider steps up to the box. First pitch in, strike 1. Paints that inside line of the zone, or where we think the zone should be, but that one called strike 2.
Grider 0 for 2 on the night with a walk.
Called up high, waiting for the final call. 1-2. One-two pitch, swung on, sent foul side and out of play. As evidently we've entered the farm here at Ankeny Centennial.
to the third baseman. That is Nahas, and then it is Nahas to Shelton for out number 3.
We'll go to the fifth, 1-0.
That is the end of the fourth. We head to the top of 5. You are watching Centennial Digital on CISN, driven by Freedom Tire.
Summer sports coverage on Centennial Digital is driven by Freedom Tire and brought to you by these generous local businesses. Lamberti Goki Lucci Law, Keystone Home Inspections, Reed Plumbing, the Iowa Rush Soccer Club, 72 Degrees, your comfort company, the Sassy Flower Bakery, Alter Trading Corporation, West 40 Market, Nolte & Sons Lawn and Irrigation, Rod Brannon with Shelter Insurance, the New York Life offices of Josh Cowart, Dr. Brett Renzi and Health First Chiropractic, U.S. Cellular, the Helpful Smiles of Hy-Vee, Dr. Christy Semro with iMart Express, and Springer Floor Care.
So welcome back to the ballpark. Here it is the Maroons up to bat. Cooper Nicholson, top of the order. A backwards K for Nicholson in the first, and then a double in the third. Carter, what do we got for batting average here for Nicholson?
Checking on that right now for you.
Should be number 1 there on your list.
We've got 361 batting average on the season before today.
So not too bad of a batting average for Nicholson on the season so far.
Nope.
As a check swing catches Severson on the inside thigh.
He does have 2 home runs on this season as well.
So Cooper Nicholson, one of the power hitters for the Maroons, as he's going to send that one back up to Alberhaski. And it's Alberhaski to Churchman for out number 1.
Here's the center fielder, number 2, Bo Gamble.
So Bo Gamble steps up to the dish for the Maroons. As the second pitch is in there, makes it 1-1. And now it's going to be 2-1 count to Gamble.
That shadow is really moving in from behind the plate. It's harder for the batter to pick up the ball and read it.
Got a piece of that one, sent it over Compton's head. Gonna look for the stand-up triple and gonna go for a sliding triple as there's an oven mitt left behind on the field.
And now that I say it, he reads it perfectly and drives that one right to center.
So now stepping into the box, it is the home run leader, Trevor Baumler.
5 home runs on the year for the Maroons. And yeah, just as you were talking about the shadows creeping in and making it just a little bit harder to see the ball, it just kind of watches it all the way and sends it over Compton's head.
Takes it for a nice little ride.
So Baumler, the batter, runner on third. Fouls that one back and over the net. A .481 batting average for Baumler on the season, as that one gets away from Severson down the third base side. So runner stays at third.
As the infield is in with that runner on third, see if they can work out of this jam.
Yeah, infield suspecting a sac bunt from Baumler here, as he sends that one into right field, and Greider tracks it down. But the run gonna come across. So instead of a sac bunt, we'll write it down as a sac fly for Baumler.
Stepping in, the left fielder, number 24, Luke.
Knots this game up at 1.
Yo-oh pitch. Yeah, I don't think Coach was getting anywhere in front of that one, as that one came off hot off the bat. So Sheridan, the batter, sends it to Lucas Brule. Brule over to Damon Churchman for out number 3. And we head to the bottom of the 5th. Your score now evens up at 1. You're watching Centennial Digital on CISN, driven by Freedom Tire.
So when an athlete walks into Nick Rush Fitness, the one thing we want them to know is that this is a phenomenal community. We have the best coaching. We have the best technology. We have the programming that can help them succeed. So whether it's trying to get on JV for the first time, going to that next level on varsity, going from a second string to an all-state player, we have the tools, we have the programming and the coaching in order to take each individual to their next level.
Well, welcome back to the ballpark. It is 1-1 the score, 5 hits all. And we are at the top of the order. It's Isaac Brule leading off for the Jaguars. And it's going to be a 6-3 for out number 1.
Isaac's speed made that third base camera for a minute.
The catcher,
Close.
number 2, Nick Severson.
That connected for it too. Shit, can you run that?
So Nick Severson, now the batter for the Jaguars. First pitch, swung on, sent third base side. Severson beats it out.
Sun causes a problem there, and
Severson will reach.
So yeah, I think that one just became a problem of the sun as it was coming over from the third base side. And as a first baseman myself at this time at night at 7:17, it becomes a little bit of, or 8:17 I should say. Sense of time's a little off.
It's almost like you have a watch on.
Yeah, and it's set to military time, which doesn't help me at all. So now the first baseman going to be provided sunglasses.
Here's number 7, Damon Churchman.
So a runner aboard on first. And for those of you wondering, softball at Waukee Northwest headed into extra innings, tied at 1-all.
The last meeting with the softball, Waukee Northwest and Centennial, they went into extra innings as well. Ended up being a pretty good game.
And a 6-4. Not 3, as they missed the double play just barely. So we go to 2 outs here in the bottom of the 5th. And runner on first. The 0-0 pitch to Miller, outside, ball 1. Yeah, as mentioned earlier, not such a defined strike zone here for home plate umpire, as a beautiful curve, but Pieper going to be safe at second. Or excuse me, that's not Pieper, that's Churchman at second. As I had my runners wrong, that one outside. Ball 2, and he's safe. He's around the tag. So 2-1 the count.
The slide really got him in on that one, avoiding the tag.
Yeah, typically we talk about how when the ball beats the runner there, it just becomes a matter of time before the runner is called out, but – 3-1 count. Swung on, strike 2. So full count to Miller. Swung on, strike 3, and that's out number 3. So as we head to the top of the 6th, Jack strained 1. It's still 1-1 as we head to the top of the 6th.
Summer sports coverage on Centennial Digital is driven by Freedom Tire and brought to you by these generous local businesses: Lamberti Goki Lucci Law, Nick Jarash Fitness, Weicker Realtors, the 515 Agency, Ted Sandine Photography, Extreme Services, Sinorama Ankeny, and Amy Wiederin with Coldwell Banker.
welcome back to the ballpark as we enter the top of the 6th.
Tied 1-1. Feel like we might have been here before.
Yeah, it does seem a little bit familiar, except the board reads a little bit differently. 5 hits for the Maroons, 6 hits for the Jaguars. I think we were like 3-1 on hits last time, Maroons.
Something like that, yep.
In the top of the 6th. Miller makes the throw, safe at first. I think that play could have been made by Miller if he hadn't charged the ball, but stayed back on it, gave the runner time to get there. As Gage Campbell enters the baseline for the Maroons.
Give me a second, I got you, Dad.
And it's Max Shelton swinging away at the first pitch for strike number 1. Severson fakes the back pick. One count. Churchman also not working with shades. That one going to be sent down third base side right field and drops foul. So someone should provide Churchman with some shades over there at first, but
some players prefer to not wear sunglasses and struggle through it, I guess.
yeah, on the first base side, it does make it a little bit difficult. I will say, even with shades, sometimes it is still a hassle. As
what a pitch!
Alberhaski gets the punch out and puts one away.
Stepping in, right fielder, number 28, Nick Frericks.
Yeah, the pickoff game at first, very, very dangerous as first baseman struggles, and the runner goes, gets him at second. And that's 2 away as the cops show up for the runner stealing.
Great throw by Nick Severson there.
So Nick Frericks sends it back up to Alberhaski, not able to make the play, and runner will stay at first.
Frericks will get the infield hit. Stepping into the box, catcher, number 7, Matthew Hampton.
So the catcher, Matthew Hampton, steps into the box. The 0-0 pitch, swung on, sent back to the net. You know, with this new net here at Ankeny Centennial, if you're sitting in that front row when that ball comes back to you, you're focused on the game. And you just see the ball coming back, your mind kind of takes away the net and just sees the ball coming right back at you. As Alberhaski finds the zone on that one, and it's 0-2. The 0-2 pitch, runner on first. Outside, looks for the back pick. misses the strike zone there, so it's 2s across the board. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. Runner on first. The pitch from Ellerhaske finds the zone. Punch out, strike 3.
Ellerhaske bends it in for strike 3.
So we head to the bottom of the 6th. No runs, 2 hits. 1 left on base. It's 1-all. You're watching Centennial Digital on CISN, driven by Freedom Tire.
Everything we do is here to benefit the client. Every decision that's needed to be made, the first question you should ask is, does this benefit the client, and is this the best thing for the client?
Our goal is to make a difference. We have the tools, resources, training, and leadership to make a difference in our agents' lives and their careers. And then they can then take that to make a difference in their clients' lives and ultimately make a difference in our communities.
We are available basically 24/7 to make sure that our agents are getting the support they need to look like $1 million in front of their clients.
Put him
You're
back.
up, kid.
Stepping up to the plate, Joey Oakey. Oh, he drives that one to center, and it's down for a base hit.
It's a leadoff single for Oakey.
Yeah, great hit by Oakey, putting it out into right center, or left center there, excuse me.
The shortstop, number 5, Lucas Brule.
Lucas Brule now stepping in.
Looking at Brule. Brule expecting to bunt. Nahas up on the grass for the Maroons.
Trying to set down another perfect bunt.
Yeah, he tried for that one, but he just sent it back foul. Got the underside of the bat.
Squares to bunt again. Fouls that one off.
So that puts it at 2 strikes. Takes the bunt out of the equation. And Nahas goes back to his normal position.
0-2 is the count.
Lucas Brule batting .317 on the season so far.
They'll try for 2. Get him at second.
It's the Nicholson combination again. They'll get the out at second. 1 away.
So yeah, the Nicholson brothers just working cleanly out in that middle infield.
Left fielder, number 10.
Gets the out, lets Brule reach on a fielder's choice. As we're going to have a meeting on the mound. As there is some work going on in the Maroons bullpen. So we're going to take a break, and we will be right back.
So when an athlete walks into Nick Drosh Fitness, the one thing we want them to know is that this is a phenomenal community. We have the best coaching. We have the best technology. We have the programming that can help them succeed. So whether it's trying to get on JV for the first time, going to that next level on varsity, going from a second string to an all-state player. We have the tools, we have the programming and the coaching in order to take each individual to their next level.
So welcome back to the ballpark. A pitching change for the Maroons. Jack Clendon on the mound for the Maroons. Now had to double check, make sure I wasn't missing anything on his name there. So going back and looking at Southard, just a great outing so far from Southard, as we do see a new pitcher. So Southard pitched a great game, just had to go to the bullpen as we enter the bottom of the sixth.
Giving up 1 run, 7 hits. Each team with 1 run and 7 hits. Sean Stewart steps in. The lefty looks at Lucas. Sean takes strike 1.
Beautiful pitch from Clendon. Puts it right inside the definitely defined strike zone. 0-1 the count.
Strike 2 to Stewart. Count is 0-2.
Brule not taking a very big lead off of first. Working the back pick. So I believe that's what the Jaguars offense calls a looker. So still not a big lead from Brule.
That one runs inside and hits Stewart.
Where's a piece of it? I'll bring up the pitcher. Number 23, Emerson Alberhaski.
Emerson Alberhaski steps in.
Alberhaski a base hit and a strikeout looking here in this game.
That one's been strike 1. Fans seem to be not so happy with this umpire's zone. There's going to be strike 2. 0-2 is the count.
Yeah, from my eye, that looked just a little bit outside, probably on the other batter's box line, but not sure where the umpire saw it.
There it is. Drive into right field. Brule's going to try and score, and he does. Emerson helps himself out there and drives in a run. Score's going to be 1-2 now. Jonathan Carrasco is going to pinch run for Emerson.
Yeah, just a beautiful piece of hitting from Alberhaski. Places it over the second baseman's head and drives in the run and puts a runner on third.
One's a bit outside. Ball one. Foul tip back into the catcher's glove for strike one. Ropes that one fair to the left field side. Base runners are running. He beats the tag. Two RBI triple for Grider. Double with air, sorry.
I evidently wish I should have had you on the main part of the broadcast for the entire game. I put you there, and we're up 4-1.
Infield's in. Trying to prevent another run from coming in with Isaac Brule at the plate.
Yeah, both Brules have the ability to lay down a really good bunt. And with one out and a runner on third, a bunt down the first base line or right back up at the pitcher would definitely help. So watch Grider on third, as we may see him leave early on this lefty pitcher.
That should score him. Yep. Up next is Nick Severson, the catcher.
Yeah, Severson had a double in the first, and then a strikeout in the third, followed by a single in the fifth.
That one's going to be a swinging strike. The count's now 1-1.
Severson going to be the friendly catcher that he is and go get that one on his own. So nobody on the infield playing at their normal positions with two outs.
Drives that one to right, and it's going to be caught. Caught by Furricks.
And that's the bottom of the sixth. We head to the top of 7. Your score now 5-1. You're watching Centennial Digital on CISN, driven by Freedom.
Summer sports coverage on Centennial Digital is driven by Freedom Tire and brought to you by these generous local businesses: Lamberti Goki Lucci Law, Nick Jarash Fitness, Weichert Realtors, the 515 Agency, Ted Sandine Photography, Extreme Services, Sinorama Ankeny, and Amy Wiederin with Coldwell Banker.
DeArmond certified used vehicles aren't the same as the rest.
Every DeArmond certified vehicle receives a 175-point inspection and comes with a 12-month, 12,000-mile bumper-to-bumper warranty, a 2-year, 100,000-mile powertrain warranty, and DeArmond Care. Wheel, dent, windshield repair, repel paint and windshield protection, and a full tank of fuel.
Buy with confidence, knowing you made a wise decision with DeArmond certified.
Find DeArmond certified used vehicles at DeArmondFord.com.
Am I recording?
So welcome back to the ballpark.
3 outs for Emerson, and we can seal this one right here.
And add Scooby-Doo onto the list of celebrities here at tonight's game. Haven't seen Max Smart yet. He was here last time.
That one runs inside.
Where's Max Smart on that one? Come on. Oh, I forget. You get yelled at if you do it every.
Like they take his own 7th every umpire, every game takes his own 7th. So strange.
Count is 2-1. Grounds to Lucas Brule. Throws first. Gets him out. One away in the top of the 7th.
Brings up the shortstop, number 1, Cooper Nicholson.
Nick and Emerson having a little chit chat.
Yeah, typically those is just mixing up signs or something like that. Just trying to get both of them back on the same page, as doesn't look like they really left the same page, but might have been a mix-up between signs there. That one looked to be outside, but called strike one. We'll take it.
That one's going to be a bit low.
Yeah, I think that one hopped in the dirt before it made it to Severson.
Count is going to be 2-1. One away.
Compton gonna settle under that one for out number 2.
We've got 2 away. The center fielder, number 2, Bo Gamble.
Strike one. Fouled off. That's going to be strike 2 to Ben Gamble.
It's a little late, but the Rooster Crows still coming over the PA.
0-2. 2 outs. Top of the 7th. Ben Gamble up to the plate. Strike 3. That's going to do it.
And that's the game as Alberhaski takes it.
As they play ring around the rosy in center field.
Your final score, Jaguars 5, Maroons 1. We're going to take a quick break, and we will be right back with tonight's Lamberti Gokilucci Player of the Game for game number 2.
DeArmond certified used vehicles aren't the same as the rest.
Every DeArmond certified vehicle receives a 175-point inspection and comes with a 12-month, 12,000-mile bumper-to-bumper warranty, a 2-year, 100,000-mile powertrain warranty, and DeArmond Care. Wheel, dent, windshield repair, repel paint and windshield protection, and a full tank of fuel.
Buy with confidence, knowing you made a wise decision with DeArmond Certified.
Find DeArmond certified used vehicles at DeArmondFord.com.
Everything we do is here to benefit the client. Every decision that's needed to be made, the first question you should ask is, does this benefit the client, and is this the best thing for the client?
Our goal is to make a difference. We have the tools, resources, training, and leadership to make a difference in our agents' lives and their careers. And then they can then take that to make a difference in their clients' lives and ultimately make a difference in our communities.
We are available basically 24/7 to make sure that our agents are getting the support they need to look like $1 million in front of their clients.
Well, welcome to the post-game show. Score of the game, 5-1 Jaguars. A great display from the Jaguars. Our Lamberti Gokilucci Player of the Game going to Emerson Alberhaski here in game number 2. Just an overall great outing from Alberhaski as we look at the score sheet. When he worked through it, he could get a ground ball whenever he needed to, and then just had the Ks that were needed.
Yep, some great pitching from him. The go-ahead run. Overall, great game for him.
Yeah, Alberhaski started the rally that got the Jaguars up to 5-1, and that's tonight's game. So on behalf of everybody here at Centennial Digital, on behalf of Andy, Carter, and myself, we'd like to thank you for watching as
Cash wants his credit too.
I wasn't going to give it to him. I mean, come on.
Our camera boy needs his credit.
Yeah, it's fair.
And there's our credit to Luke too.
If we don't give it to him, he gets angry. All right. Well, thank you guys for watching, and you have been watching Centennial Digital on CISN, driven by Freedom Tire. Until next time.